You mean besides all of this?
If the station lost its connection to the world mine, wouldn't Xander send someone to investigate?
Maybe they sent Quill's girlfriend.
No, Hell's Hope was supposed to be here, remember?
Well, I don't know. Maybe they just ain't got here yet.
Okay.
Hey, do you guys hear that?
What?
It's the death rattle of all the things we could be spending those units on.
I have heard many death rattles. They do not sound like that.
It ain't spooky. That big haunted house under Bonnie was spooky.
One has nothing to do with the other.
How have we not run into a single Nova Corps?
Perhaps they are in a meeting.
All of them?
In my experience, meetings involve an inordinate amount of people and take longer than is necessary. It is conspicuously silent.
Good point. Hey, no! We want to pay our fine and get your tracking tracker off my shit!
What? The Moore's right. Keep it down, Rocket. Something's off.
Exactly why we should get to the Milano and go.
As soon as we've paid our fine, we need to get rid of that Nova tracker.
There's more than one way to shake a tail, Quill.
The rodent is most qualified to speak on tails.
The whole station can be uninhabited.
It is not uninhabited. It is inhabited by robots.
I like it better this way.
What's going on, my phenomenon? Super Safe Phenom, I'm here bringing you part 10 of my playthrough of Guardians of the Galaxy. My second playthrough. Of my playthrough. Anyway, thank you for watching. Like, comment, and subscribe. And without further ado, let's get back to it.
If they had a 2-hour show that was as good as the segment between CM Punk and Eddie Kingston was on their Friday night show every week, they would be beating Raw and SmackDown. Because I have not seen anything that reminded me so much of professional wrestling in years. It was a simple deal. Punk said, "I'm coming to accept Eddie Kingston's apology for disrespecting me." Well, Eddie Kingston probably don't want to apologize, so I wonder what's going to happen. We got to find out. And they fucking pulled it off. They bring Punk out before the break, and then after the break, he jokes about how he's got to stand in the ring for 3.5 minutes. Just to, again, everybody knows he's been doing that. The viewers at home, it's a way of just saying a little throwaway line that
I
simply
formally
telling the
declare my
truth. He's
objection
not
to
bullshitting.
trespassing in the Nova Corps facility.
And then he invites Eddie Kingston out to my ring.
Hey
And they
there.
play the music, but then it stops. Then there's the awkward moment, well, maybe he's not here, maybe he just likes to interrupt me. And then here comes Kingston down with no music and pissed face. And he gets in and starts mocking Punk, and he's immediately confrontational. And this was great on both guys' parts.
You know about whatever's going on
This
here.
is an argument.
There was a
I
commotion.
started
People
smiling
were talking about
when I was
something.
watching
They
this.
just left.
Corral?
It reminded
Did you
me
see a
of a
Centurion or a little
wrestling
Kree
program.
girl?
It sounded real.
Come on.
Nobody wrote this shit for those guys.
Look for a door.
They were saying shit that they came up with that it sounded like
It's
they
too
were
quiet.
mostly coming up with on the top of their head. They referenced enough names that people know. They've had a history, they've had a backstory. They started to Ring of Honor. This is a smart crowd, so everything registered.
Seems improbable.
Eddie got the people chanting for him as a babyface because he was so
Perhaps a deadly
indignant,
assassin
and he carried
infiltrated
it
the
off the way
facility.
that he does. And then Punk
I was not.
was not over the top like Eddie and screaming, but he talked like Punk and said, hey, I wasn't the only one that judged you, Eddie. We all judged you, Joe and Homicide and blah, 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 and you fell short. You had all the talent in the world, but you're a bum. And then, again, all Kingston has to do is answer what's been said. I'm not a bum. Nobody wanted you here in this company.
Oh, poor little
And he's
guy.
rallying the
Here's the
people
thing.
back. It was
Your
fucking
sympathies are
great.
redundant.
Hey,
And
I'm
then
half
Eddie does the challenge.
remember?
for full
I did
gear.
not.
Punk said,
We
well,
just
why
send
don't
him
we
back
do
to
it
his cell.
where you belong, like on Elevation or Dark?
buddy.
I swear to God, I used to give a videotape of an argument between Jerry Lawler
Now
and Jimmy
this
Valiant on
place
live
brings
Memphis
back
TV
memories.
that they had in
Once served with the
1979.
Nova Corps equipment.
What?
That
No.
was
But I
completely
had to
off
stand
the
in a
cuff,
lineup.
And I mean, they didn't
Whoa,
write
that guy
shit
was
back then. They
serious
just
business.
we're gonna have an argument.
Now he's
And
seriously
it was so
someone else.
fucking good.
Assuming that's the
And
last
one of the
we see of him.
things that it was the reason for Valiant to turn
Maybe the
heel that
station
day.
got
One of
hit.
the things that was said was that
What are you
Valiant wanted to
doing?
get in on the main
I figured as
event
long as
before
we're here, I may as well try and
booked
pick
in
up
on
some
Monday night in
juicy
Memphis.
notes.
And Lawler said, "No, Hanson,
Maybe
you're
they
not
even
in
got
that
a
match.
beat on
You're in one of the
Gamora's bullet.
preliminary matches. You know what a preliminary match is? That's where they put the preliminary wrestlers, and that's what you are." Well, that's the worst insult that you could say to anybody in the wrestling business, at least back then. So, anyway, the point is I hadn't seen something this good in years of two guys arguing, having a conflict, having a difference of opinion, and finally Punk asked the people, you want to see us fight? They say yes. He accepts. He says, I'll see you at Full Gear. And as he's starting to get out, Kingston tells him, yeah, and after that match, you can go ahead and quit again and leave for another 7 years. And Punk fucking headbutts him. The freestanding Ronnie Garvin headbutt. Boom. And here we go. A fight. Here come the referees. There's urgency. Here comes some more of the wrestlers from the back. This is not supposed to happen. Here's two guys, one of our biggest star that has just signed to this company, and some other guy are getting in a fucking fight. We've got to stop this.
What would it
This is
take
not
to call an
supposed to
entire
happen.
station away?
Who says they were called away? Maybe they
A break
disbanded.
loose.
The
Here
whole
comes the
station?
security guy.
whole
Then
no.
Punk does a break loose and does the big dive over the backs of the
Galaxy
referees.
devolved
It's
into
bedlam.
lawlessness.
Yeah.
They're
Wouldn't it
pulling
be
them
great?
apart, their facials like they want to get at each other. Kingston's frothing at the mouth. Punk's eyes are on fire. Excitement. It wasn't a sports entertainment fucking angle where
This
everybody
door's
just got to
locked.
emote and then somehow pull a chainsaw out of the Home Depot under the ring and cut somebody's leg off and beat him over the head with it. Two guys got in a fight because they said shit to each other that they didn't like. And a
Getting
bunch
a
of
real
people had to
haunted
pull them
mansion
apart.
vibe from this
And my
place.
God,
And
what's
none of
gonna
that
happen
screams,
when
"Run
they
away" to
fight
you?
at the pay-per-view?
Elevator's out.
But the shaft above looks open.
This is
You can use it
wrestling.
to
Two
climb up.
things.
You expect us to
They
walk
could
on
have
that
had it,
thing?
otherwise it
It'll
was
hold more
perfect.
than
Number
5
one,
of
they
us.
needed a bell ringing.
You really didn't think that place on your body was spooky?
No,
I don't care.
Given
Go
my
back
answer.
and watch
It had
any
me
video.
going until we
When
found out
people are in the
surveillance
ring
room.
fighting and there's people trying to pull them apart and the bell is ringing, it adds chaos. So more cowbell. And secondly,
Please
the
don't
only other
fall.
thing that would make it better and just a little bit more legitimate is if they had Tony Schiavone in the ring introduce Punk. Punk made his entrance. They went to the break.
Spooky.
And they came back, and both guys were still standing there, and Schiavone would say, well, Punk, I know that you've asked Eddie Kingston to be here to apologize, and then Punk say, and that's why you need to leave,
Fate
Tony,
being
because in case
movable,
this
that
gets out of
elevator
hand, I don't want you to get hurt because you're too old. And that way he could take the microphone and do the same thing they did. Like somebody hosted the show and sanctioned him being in the ring and what he was there for. And it just adds a little extra subliminal layer
Feel
of
free to try one
legitimacy.
on, Quill.
A true warrior requires no armor.
For real? Can I try one?
If you want to get fried to a puddle of goo, each
I'm
one is
just saying you
being
can't
quoted by the world.
overwrite two guys mad at each other having an argument getting in a fight. They did it perfect. Go ahead.
This was the best angle they've had in quite a while, and it's been two of the best promos in the entire business. If there's any big complaint I can make about it, this shouldn't be on Friday night at 10:20. This is a Wednesday night angle. This was a great angle that you don't bury
This
on
looks
your
like the
feature.
only way forward.
And
No wonder the
interview
door's
with
open.
Shivani just because
Alright,
he's hamming it up
let's
to
hope that holds.
Well, I'm just
no matter who he's
whoever
with,
the
he's
mic.
hamming it up, and I don't want that.
Don't put excrement. Don't put excrement up there with that mask on.
No, you put Dasha in there, because then you have an
How come
extra
this one
concern.
gets
She's
its
a woman,
own
you want to
room?
get her out of the
Looks
ring
like a
before there's
work
any
You know,
physicality.
I hear the
But
Ananias
she's
does things
disappeared.
with some kind of
She's
cigar
disappeared.
and
This
smart
is
metal.
great. Look,
Metal
CM Punk
cannot
is,
be smart.
if he's not the best promo in the business, he's right up there. Eddie Kingston. Eddie Kingston's another guy who, he's real. Whether he is or isn't, he seems like he is. And I know a lot of Eddie Kingstons in New York. He's a legit fucking guy, and he comes across that way in his promo, the way they brought him out there. The music plays, he doesn't come out, then he storms out angry. CM
To
Punk
say the
did a
least,
week ago he came out
each
without
Nova
music.
Prime is selected
For
from
some
among
reason,
the
the CM Punk segment seemed to be the ones that make a lot of sense. I don't know what that says.
What in the world is it? What do all of CM Punk's segments have in common? Oh, CM Punk. He's thinking about this shit. He's not just going out to do bad television because somebody tells him how they want it laid out.
There's
And how
gotta be
good
an
was the segment?
explanation.
This segment was so good. But despite the fact that I love Eddie Kingston
He
on
also
interviews,
said something
I've
about
said it
corrals.
before, he's a really strange guy to try to put your finger on what to do with him. So the way he looks, he doesn't exactly win matches or anything. I think Eddie Kingston comes out of this looking great. Problem is he never wins any matches.
He better not win this one either.
But you know what the other thing is? I haven't been crazy about his matches in AEW by and large. I mean, there have been a few I just really haven't liked. I really want to see him in Punk now.
Yeah.
You know, Darby and MJF may say that they're going to start wrestling. It's not going to start as a wild brawl.
Rocket, do your
This
magic.
match-
No.
What?
I
This
said
match
no.
right here should start
When are you
these
going to
guys
come to your
slamming each
senses,
other.
Quill?
And I can't wait. I'm looking forward to CM Punk and Eddie Kingston.
And then what?
And
He's going to
here's-
drag us
now here's
halfway
the
through the
test.
station if we let him.
Will Tony Khan have enough respect for Punk and what he's
Okay.
done for
We
the
try
program
one more room.
to tell all
We
the
leave.
inmates in his
Deal?
asylum
Fine. One more room, not two.
last fight
One.
they're going to have, so everybody else needs to be different? Or are we going to see the same thing that they do up and down the card in everybody else's match because nobody else gives a shit about that? We shall find out. But I want to see this match now. And here's another idea. Maybe, since people are now chanting for Eddie Kingston, even when he's in the ring with CM Punk, maybe when he loses to Punk, he
Doors
might come
locked.
back on
Ain't going
TV
back.
the next week and get a nice win.
I thought the Nova Corps had more shifts.
Like
They
it's
got
been
a
done
staff
since the dawn of time when you've got a
People
baby face
in
and falls
place.
short of
It's,
accomplishing a goal because he's against a top heel. You immediately bring him back on television and give him a few strong wins. Make sure people don't lose faith in him. And as far as burying us on Friday night, you can't tell me that this coming Wednesday for the go-home show for the pay-per-view, there's anything that anybody will do for 10 minutes that was better than this segment. So don't do a package. Just throw a fucking segment in on Wednesday. You got a 2-hour show.
Well, the good
Take
news
10
is we're
minutes
not
of it,
alone.
say,
There's
here's what
lots of
happened
chat.
Friday night, folks, and we haven't censored a bit of this, so
But
that you can
sounds
see
like they're
exactly
searching
what
for
kind of
something or
animosity
someone.
these two men have leading up to this weekend's event.
Imagine Wednesday nights we get 15 minutes of Jericho and Lambert yelling at each other, and then this is starting on Friday night. Both guys are the best promos in AEW, other than an MJF who's, you know, a different kind of thing.
Or we will focus on getting off this cactus space station.
The door's
Doing
flirred,
bad comedy with Dan
There's ways
Lambert.
to inflog things to
Well,
more
now in this
believable.
one, hold
Bums
on,
don't
in this
count.
one,
What about that?
Kingston said
What do
he
you
couldn't
think
be
that
wherever
does?
they were Wednesday because he was quarantined because of a COVID
Enough for
scare or
me.
whatever, so they covered that.
That is true.
Wasn't-
Fair point. Fair point.
He wasn't there, and again,
What happened to one more
you
room?
want people
You said the
to
door's
watch the
busted.
Friday
I'm
night
sure it's
show.
just a little further.
Apparently they still do. So it's
I'm
not
mostly sure.
bad that
We
something
found
would
something,
happen
didn't
on
we?
Friday night,
the
but
fuck?
then
Can you
show
speak
it
up?
back on Wednesday
It
to
was
show all those people
weird.
what they could have
There
seen
was
if they
something
watched the
funky
Friday
about
night
the voices
show.
on that
And it
comm
wouldn't be Little Brutus versus Adam Cole, or whatever it would be. CM Punk and Eddie Kingston trying to rip each other's throats out.
But here's another thing. Keep CM Punk off that Friday show. He's been on it way too much, I think.
There they are.
Something's not right.
Now, it wouldn't hurt to rotate some of these guys. They're starting to get enough names, but
This is a
the
mutiny.
point is that they
Never
are
seen cops kill each
hot-shotting
other.
We've got to play this smart until we know what's
debuts
going
or big
on.
moments
And which side
that
survived?
do ratings, and the people don't stay. That means they're seeing something else in the program other than what they came to see that turns them off instead of
Thieves are safe
more
bet.
on.
These are the bad guys.
So you need to address that. And whether anybody wants to believe it or not, the base audience that AEW has that wants and accepts comedy and parody of wrestling, they've already got all of them. But if they want anything more than the occasional few 100,000 people or more, the occasional few 100,000 that have already come and sampled and stay, and the more that haven't come and sampled, they need to present a professional, serious product with mainstream talent. And they need to stop burning through everything in every program to forward help. Again, they're beheading someone else. Well, we just did that 3 segments ago. If everything is chaos, then there is no chaos because chaos is the norm. Multiple angles on the same show do not register, and it just confuses people with wrestling. They're upset. That's it.
Slice and dice!
You disgrace the uniform you wear!
This whole town has Centurion armor!
Been too long since I blew something up!
Rocket! Bet they weren't expecting company!
We caught it purple-handed! This is payback for all that parking tickets!
I don't think these count as Novacore anymore!
Perhaps they were planning an ambush!
What have you done with Centurion Corral?
Maybe that's who they were looking for!
Good free, Gamora! Start the shield at the mine!
Peter got hit! Shocking! Finish them before reinforcements show up!
That opportunity has passed!
Those mines are gonna be an issue! Shields down!
What is next, Peter?
Thanks, Peter.
Watch the large one explosive!
Unify him, Groot! All you! This quarrel reminds me of when I was hunted by Novacore! I don't think these count as Novacore anymore! The Brody Line guy's really starting to take me off!
Watch the line!
Don't make them turn on each other! There is no excuse for that massacre! Fix that cuckoo Novacorman's claw!
Better knock some sense into him!
I do not think our fine will be paid today.
You don't say.
Guys, Corell's ship is right there. We just need to...
What? What do we need to do, Quill? A whole bunch of whacked out space cops just tried to vaporize us. And you want to go looking for a rematch? Because your girlfriend might be in trouble?
That's not what I'm doing, and she's not my girlfriend.
Could have fooled me.
Rocket! The only thing that this is about is getting our ship back. We find Corell, and then none of this is our problem anymore.
You're right. It won't be our problem anymore.
Jim, well, let's
Because
match
we didn't sign up to be run around halfway across the galaxy by a cop-loving human.
gmail.com.
Come on!
Trying to find the name
Seriously,
of this.
Corell?
Join the Guardians.
Another one of these
Or because of your mental health, she said.
anonymous ones. Anonymous submissions.
Well, here it is. Hi,
right.
Jim and Brian.
Listen to
On
Flark.
this website, Glass.
Groot and I are getting off the Stash Rock. Anyone who'd like a ride can follow us. Everyone else can go to hell.
WWE. Now, that immediately was just music to my ear of truth.
I prefer the Rogan's
What
plan.
immediately was just music to my ear of truth was. That is what it says indeed. I will continue.
Sweep Sector 7. The intruders must be found.
By an anonymous employee of more than 5 years.
You
Wanna
foresaw
read versions
mutiny
of
of the
the
entire
ring?
station.
We have the pros, the cons,
Rocket,
and
come
advice to
on.
management. Now, have you ever dealt with anything like this, Jim? A survey of
And we
former
are.
employees?
I'm on board.
I
Let's
have
find
not.
the Milano and
Actually, repair bay.
and try not to die in the
I've become a
process.
former employee. The company that I am formerly employed by probably doesn't want to hear my thoughts on their company.
Oh,
You don't think
will
this sort of
be.
thing is happening at Nova
WWE
stations
with the
everywhere?
pros.
That's what they
Great
get.
benefits, health, vision, dental.
Or maybe what happens when one gets
Matching.
disconnected from it.
Vacation time is great. In parentheses, you'll need it. Employees are nice people. Great place to work for adults out of college. Does that mean right out of college or adults who
Yeah, they're completely out of college like they're out of gas. They have no more college. I gotta be honest, I heard while I was there, actually I experienced it for I think 4 weeks, that they do have insurance program released 25 years ago, because when I first got there, they made me an employee. I told this story until they realized that I would still be taking bumps and doing things as a manager, and then they had to unemploy me. But since they had already promised me that I would all this health insurance, dental insurance, all this other kind of insurance, life insurance, and all this stuff, they purchased it for me and then reimbursed me the cost of it. I would pay for it, but they would reimburse me the cost of it. So it was like I had it done, but I was still an independent contractor, except for 4 weeks there. And so, yeah, it was real nice insurance things. And the employees, especially in the office, the studio, the non-wrestling people, very nice people. And there was a lot of young people, especially working at the TV studio because of that. It's a nice place to work for adults that are not married. You got a lot of energy, no life, no one else to talk to. You're going to be in the studio for days on end. That
all hell breaks loose. I stress, upper management has no idea what the other departments actually do or how each department interacts with one another. Employees are nice people, though. So those are the cons.
Well, that's even in the cons. Even in the pros and the cons, employees are nice people. Or they felt like he had to mention it again after he just said upper management has no idea what any of these people do.
Jeez, this is not where I thought
And
this
here's the
day was
advice to
going.
management from this anonymous employee. So much damage has been done to the current staff. I feel sorry for the employees that are working there now. The organization is short-staffed, and there are people doing 3 to 4 other jobs aside from their own. Not cool.
Is there any way for us to track where the hope went?
And this was October of this year, so this is after they've posted all these record profits. The reason they're posting record profits is because they're running a Simon Legree shop, and they've got people doing 3 to 4 jobs, and they're saving on that salary, right? That must be it.
It's not just the wrestlers they're cutting loose.
I mean, honestly, this could have, I know this was from this past October, but those things could have been written 25 years ago.
non-believers. All must be whole.
Honestly, at that point, upper management has no idea what some of the departments actually do or how each department interacts with one another. I think that probably has been exacerbated over the last 25 years because they've gotten bigger and there are more departments, and especially I can see with the internet, social media, all that stuff, Vince wouldn't know, he probably wouldn't give a shit. It would be probably removed from, you know, there'd be layers in between him and some of this stuff, so I can see how that could have gotten worse. Everything else
We're not
sounds
squabbling, we're
about
just
right.
disagreeing loudly.
I talked to someone a few years ago, I won't use their name, even though they weren't on the wrestling side, they worked on the business
Hey, you
side.
said we needed to
And
go
they
up,
said to me
right?
that whenever someone who used to work for WWE comes back again on the office side,
They are no longer.
everyone always thinks, this poor man, nothing
But
has
who
worked out.
or what are they?
Whenever
What's with
someone
that
comes back
glowing?
after leaving, because one of those places you leave and you're happy for the experience, but you kind of don't want to go back there.
Well, it's kind of like, you know, once you learn not to pick up that hot horseshoe,
Find the
it's hard to talk
invaders.
you into picking up that
None
hot
must
horseshoe
escape.
again. You're going to burn yourself, but this time you know it's coming.
Obviously, in the 80s, there was a lot of long-term planning for Vince and Pat Patterson. And even in the 90s, you guys tried to do long-term planning, and things started changing in terms of the pace. When you read about the idea of last-minute changes, you got to be ready or all hell breaks loose. Were there a lot of last-minute changes in the 90s, or is this a modern, last 15, 20 years thing where Vince just rewrites everything and changes everything on a dime?
No, when I got there on the creative team, 96, that's when Bruce and Pat said the same thing. We're like, oh, we'd had this stuff figured out, you know, at fucking, I'm trying to do Pat's accent now, but, you know, June at King of the Ring, we'd know what WrestleMania the main event was, and we worked backwards, and now he's just up in the air. They were telling me that it had gotten more last minute or more not booked farther ahead or subject to change or whatever at that point. And still, that's when, remember, we were doing a month's worth of TV in one night. Even a month's worth of Raw shows in one night. There would be a lot of changes. Hardly fucking change it after that because it's on tape. So then when everything went weekly, and that's when Vince started going crazy with the production meetings. The production meeting for Raw, when it was four 1-hour shows that were shot in the same night, was sometimes shorter than the production meeting.
Secure the station.
For Raw, when it
All
was
must
one
accept
2-hour
or be
show that was
purged.
shot
It is
live.
Novacor's duty to protect life, not to destroy
And
it.
then
Maybe
things
Corell
started.
took
So
her shit
now
back
I've
to
got
Xander.
stories. I mean, you know, he would change shit up
hell
to
we wandered into?
what we considered the last minute. Back then in the
Don't look
90s,
like
but
no one
still
knows.
we would laugh at
Behold
the
magic
stories from
flow.
WCW
no
where they
such
would
thing
go on
as
the air for their
magic.
3-hour
Right? Come on.
Nitro,
Let's get
and
moving.
they would still be working on the
Spots.
format for hour 3 when they were on
It's
the
like you
air.
stumbled on some
with the
creepy
format for
cult.
hour 1, and Mike today has backed that up.
It will
Yes,
be
that
taken
happened.
over Novacor.
And we would
No,
laugh
no,
at it,
no,
right?
fine.
Now
No
I guess they're doing
problem.
that. So it's gotten progressively worse.
We should probably tell someone.
Yeah, tell it to your diary. Come on, down here.
How do you know?
I don't. I'm just putting distance between us and those whack jobs.
This door's locked.
We were talking about one of my colleagues, our colleagues, Jim Cornette, a few minutes ago. There's a million Cornette stories, but I got to tell you, it all ties back into my travel difficulties. Cornette and I were flying from
Good of you to join us.
What's the harm in checking?
Oh, let's just pay our fine.
Then we're going to drive to Seattle to Vancouver.
Let's just stumble onto a fucking cult mutiny.
Raw pay-per-view or something.
Who says I can't? This is his fault. In fact, I'm done talking to him.
So Cornette has this huge,
So,
legitimate
you think?
Yep, I'll deal with the door. Someone's got to get us out of here.
Everybody knows it.
Can nothing go easy?
Russia,
With my fists!
Had to be done!
So he goes to the bathroom.
Don't blame me. Blame Quill.
Like a little ritual.
You should have trusted the woman's instincts!
A little late for that now!
So he goes back, and only 10 minutes comes back.
That is physically impossible!
You guys want to go back to your weird chanting thing?
Let them pray for death! Or in this now! Where is it? Big one has mine!
Cornette and I are this guy we know.
Punching open the Nova Corps track!
They do not seem interested, rodent!
I'm on the prize, Peter!
Next round,
And you got an hour and 37 minutes. Buddy says, comes to him, comes to me and says, I'm going to vote in. In the eye.
Scott, yeah. Whacked out space cop is definitely a priority.
Now,
Go pound him. Smash him.
Keep an eye out for the big one you saw!
The way our line is going, it's probably on its way.
I cannot penetrate it!
You and me both. We can make Quill. Want to see some fireworks?
Stick it to him!
That is physically impossible! This position is strategically compromised!
Let's bring them down to our level!
Don't get hit by the line! These bombs are making things way too crowded!
Hang tight!
Somebody get a hot drink situation.
Bet you've never felt so alive, though!
Yeah, I bet.
Reach the shield!
Thanks, Quill. That was close.
Don't mention it!
Fine. Watch my Clarkin back while I deal with this door.
You sure you can get it open?
You're gonna second guess me every step of the way?
I'm not!
There, let's go.
I wasn't second guessing, I just...
We're in an airplane. You don't want to die on an airplane. And they don't want to hear that you want to die on an airplane because they don't know who you are. He said, well sing to
Come
me.
on, Rock. You
Sing
can't
to
stay
you.
mad at me.
Want to bet?
Yeah, anything. I
These
just
doors
hear
have been
you
barricaded.
talking noise.
Means someone try to resist.
Am I singing?
We don't know that. There could still be others on the
I said,
station.
okay, I'll sing.
Or maybe
So
those
now
were
I'm
the
trying to think.
survivors who
Much like
fled
the
on the
other
Hallows
conversation.
boat.
Were we in the
What
same
do I say?
elevator?
So now it's like,
Those
what do I
Nova
say?
barely got a shot off before they were gunned
I
down by
just
them
listened
glowy ones.
to,
I think Rocket's right.
Don't patronize me.
I wasn't.
You're just trying to make nice.
come across some Neil Young.
Is that?
I kind of like Neil Young.
Let's just pretend we
So I
didn't
had
see
Neil
that.
Young in my head.
So let's flark and go
Because if not,
already.
I probably listened to the Eagles and I was saying Hotel California, which would run everybody from first class back to coach. So now we've got him calmed down. He doesn't want to die. No, he doesn't want to die, everybody. He's good. Funny son of a bitch. He's got a hell of a sense of humor, doesn't he? He had you for a minute. So I was saying, he said, so here I am. Now the plane is now getting kind of quiet. Who are these two guys here? Those wrestling people. Jesus Christ. You know how they are. Yeah, you know how they are. So I sit there and I said, so they're all listening. I said, I saw you knocking at my cellar door. I'm thinking that was a good lyric. You asked me, baby, can I have some more? Oh, now it's okay. Shit, that's not gonna happen. So they think we're gay lovers. They're thinking my cellar door is something that wasn't supposed to be.
All right, Hangar, here we
And
come.
he asked me, you can have some
Flark
more.
was that docking number.
R73-4
Things
PL.
would go
Are you
through.
serious?
So anyway,
Always.
then we
You're
get
my
to
new favorite
Vancouver.
person, Muscles. No, not really.
Across the going to Vancouver, we've crossed the border from the United States to Canada.
There she is. Come to Papa.
Border guys, right?
4 PL.
They recognize
Done.
us.
All right. Bay is clear. Extending catwalks. And Flark.
What's up?
The clamps won't release. Those whack jobs must have triggered a lockdown.
Can you override it?
Wouldn't be much of a lockdown if I could. I can hold her in position and get the engines warmed up, but you're gonna have to release those clamps manually.
All right, release the clamps and don't die.
There we go. There, go to jail. I'll just
Oh.
sleep on my back for
Faithful, converge on the central hangar. None can escape her light.
Focus on the clamps, Peter. We'll try to keep them off
And
you.
they say, issue with Trump. We need to go over and prep your bags.
What? Speak up!
How exactly do we release these things?
What am I, a user's manual? Then shoot the Flark in face!
What's in there? What drugs? It wasn't anything.
Surely, true number 4 will not fall this easily.
At least there's no centurions.
Those clamps are cold-rolled iridium, but they should be weak at the joints!
Put their life on protect
Think these guys would mind getting out of the way?
Feel free to ask them.
Look for the spot where they clamp together and shoot them!
Try to keep them from swarming.
I thought that was your job! Hey, Rook, how exactly do we release these things?
What am I, a user's manual? Then shoot the Flark in face!
Got one of the whacked out space cops! Okay, shoot the clamps. I can do this.
Do you need a rousing speech, Peter Quill?
Those clamps are cold-rolled iridium, but they should be weak at the joints!
Surely, true number 4 will not
You're gonna hurt their crazy feelings!
Look for the spot where they clamp together and shoot!
Think these guys would mind getting out of the way?
Try to keep them off
How
Peter.
exactly do we release these things?
What am I, a user's manual? Then shoot the Flark in face!
Hey, this all should be a lot of fun.
These weirdo Novas have help on the way.
We must show them the error of their ways, permanently!
Watch the blaster fire! Those clamps are cold-rolled iridium, but they should be weak at
joining their ranks!
Well, the beginning of it is the things that I am not a steroid user, and I do not use steroids. And then he goes on to explain how he used it, I think, 3 times in his life under doctor's supervision.
Surely true number
Hey,
four
this sounds like
easily.
there was a guy.
You're gonna hurt that crazy feeling!
There was a guy that worked at Alabama Restaurant.
Unleash me!
Original guys that Danny and Trailer Park Crash, those guys that trained to rip. Yeah, he's a nice enough guy.
I'm hooked into the Milano system.
Where's
my
I changed it
tubes?
around
I
and
got
I
your
used
study
different
there,
gimmick and
music.
put him in with a heel group and kind of fit for a while. His work wasn't the best, but it was a personality thing. But then his real job was
Stay put! I'm coming!
driving a school bus. And I'm looking here at the
Let's do this!
afternoon TV news one day, and I'll be a son of a bitch if they didn't have this guy on the news. They had arrested him for drunk driving of a school bus.
Oh my God!
And apparently he took the little kiddies to school that morning, and then he didn't have anything to do when he got out of school, so he went to a bowling alley. And he had a number of drinks at that bowling alley, and then he fucking got back in the bus and but he had a clear defense for this, and actually, so you wouldn't even have needed a lawyer like Stephen needed to get him out of this, because he clearly explained to the people how he was not, under any circumstances, drinking and driving. He said, I drank, and then I drove. I wasn't drinking. The great explanation. I was not drinking and driving. I drank, and then I drove. Hey, he had us there.
Well, to wrap this up, Jim, final thoughts on Hulk Hogan's many lies. These are only some of them here that we're sharing. Again, this is from Alan_Cheap Shot on Twitter.
More Hulk Hogan.
A friend of mine, a friend of the show, did a thread entitled Hulk Hogan's Lies Over the Years. Did you see any of this?
I saw the initial tweet, and I didn't follow the thread because I've heard many of the lies, but we can go over them here if you'd like.
All right, well, here are some of them, and Alan does a good job researching these, so I'm sure these are all accurate. The wrestler director Darren Aronofsky offered him the lead role 3 times. Hogan claims he turned it down because he didn't deserve it. Aronofsky categorically denies that Hogan was ever considered for the role.
Fucking hell. Can you see the footage where he's working at the deli and he gets mad at the meat slicer and everything? There's a 6'8" fucking 325-pound Hulk Hogan's working there. That would be distracting from the overall story of the movie. Yeah.
Hulk Hogan was an all-state pitcher in high school, and he was scouted by both the New York Yankees and the Cincinnati Reds, but an injury prevented him from signing with either team.
Yeah, the injury was when the fucking scout that was looking at him went blind. Are there 18 muscles in your back? Sure. He didn't care a goddamn thing slamming Andre, because as we've mentioned many times, Andre went up for him, because that was the original finish, and he didn't weigh 600 pounds. He was barely, over 5 at his death, and that was 6 years later. And what else is wrong with that? And 18 million people, well, not 18 million, but a significant number of people were in the I Slammed Andre Club way before Hogan. That was probably, well, besides the fact before WrestleMania 3 in 1987, that was probably the last slam Andre may have ever taken. No. Ultimate Warrior got him a whole lot. Okay, those 30-second matches or whatever the fuck. But the point is, that wasn't even the first time that Hogan slammed Andre. Hogan slammed Andre in their 1980 run when Hogan was heel and Andre was babyface.
In AWA, slammed
Andre, and Harley Race slammed Andre, and
Kamala.
There are the clips.
Kamala slammed Andre.
Whoever Andre wanted to slam him.
He's the person that got Andre up the high.
Anybody he didn't want to slam him didn't get to slam him.
According to the Hulkster, he partnered with John Belushi after WrestleMania 2 in 1986. John Belushi sadly died in 1982. I was about to say. He has no shame. He just says anything.
And because, you know why? Because WrestleMania 2 was in New York, Chicago, and L.A.
Yeah.
And he could put himself in either Chicago or L.A., and both would be, people say, oh, Belushi would have been there. Even New York or whatever.
Even New York, that's right.
Except that poor John had been dead for 4 years at that
Should
point.
set course for contraction.
Hulk Hogan, and as a clip here of Hulk Hogan wrestling The Undertaker, Hulk Hogan told The Undertaker that he had caused permanent damage to his neck by botching the tombstone pile driver. The Undertaker believed him for the better part of 2 years before finally seeing a tape of the match, which
That's
clearly
our
showed
biggest
Hogan's
problem,
head came nowhere near the chair.
Come on,
Never
we gotta stop
touched.
it. Rocket!
No, but he wanted. See, that's another thing. Hogan was very smart. He learned all the old tricks. Make the young guys that are coming up
Rocket's got a point, though.
feel in some way
Comms are
indebted
far.
to you,
Trackers
or
start
that they
counting
should
down.
be
Corral could be anywhere in the universe.
apologetic to you, or deferential to you,
not
or
looking
you've
good.
got something over. Well, you hurt
We're
me,
in the place
but
between
you know it's
hard
okay.
rocks.
That's the business. And then they would be more inclined
You
to
need a rock
do
and a
something
hard
for
place.
him in the future to make up
That is
for
what I said.
what they didn't do him to,
Helen knows
do to
where
him to
he's
begin
made
with.
off.
Hulk Rules, an
Contraction?
album released by Hulk Hogan and the Wrestling Boot
You should
Band.
go to nowhere instead.
There's a picture of it here.
With a suitable
One of the most
location
famous
for
tracks
taking
from
the
the album is the
libations.
tribute
Report
song
what we
Hulkster
saw.
in Heaven. According to Hogan,
Me and Cosmo
he
go
met a
way
very
back.
ill Make-A-Wish kid in
Chief of
England.
security, he'll
He
make
got
sure
him
the
a
right
ticket to
people know
SummerSlam
about the
at Wembley
law.
Stadium to
And
watch
the
him
tracker
wrestle in the
fine?
main event.
Rocket's got a guy in
Hogan wasn't
nowhere.
at SummerSlam.
Kill two birds
He
with one
wasn't in
stone.
the UK at the time.
Okay. I'll set the coordinates.
So now he's making up Make-A-Wish stories.
Maybe.
Hulk Hogan claimed that he was
Rocky.
asked to join a startup company known as UFC. While UFC wasn't nearly as popular as it is today, Hogan said he wouldn't have joined because, quote, guys got beat up when the fight should be stopped. While in WCW, Hogan said a pay-per-view bout between himself and Mike Tyson was supposed to commence,
What does
Hogan's
killing
excuse
two
as to
birds
why
with
it
one
didn't
stone
happen,
signify?
Tyson was too
You mean
scared.
solving two problems with a single solution?
Ha! I knew it! There are no birds
And
nowhere.
obviously, well, wait a minute. I was about to say that neither one of those two things ever remotely.
I'm sorry,
Occur. And
Drax.
the
I thought
UFC
paying her fine would make things better, but
so
it just made things
Hogan
more
was going
complicated.
to leave
Do not apologize, Peter Quill.
Vince in
Our encounter
1993, and
with
instead of going to
Novikov is going to
WCW,
declare
he was going to
it.
just say, well, I'll just, after
Must
15
investigate
years
the
of
fight.
wrestling, I'll just be an
Whoa there,
ultimate fighter.
Drax. We ain't fighting
Dream match we
Novikov
never
if we
got,
can
Hulk
help
Hogan
it.
versus Royce
We'll just
Gracie.
let Cosmo handle this.
Hulk Hogan versus
The
Royce
soldiers we encountered are
Royce
not
Gracie.
acting like Novikov officers.
Royce
Those rogue
Royce
priests,
Gracie
it's all
versus Hulk
very
Hogan
disturbing.
would have been a main event anything.
All right, let's get back to this man's lies.
The
Hulk
Nova
Hogan
Tracker on
claimed
Peter's
in an
chair is
episode
very
of Hogan Knows Best
Countdown is making me
that the
anxious.
reason he didn't get the offer for the
Recycling
George
is not a
Foreman
sufficient
grill
amount of time.
was because he was out picking up the kids from school.
about this game.
It's not the way business works, folks. That's not the way it works.
I am not.
Hulk Hogan
We
did claim that
almost
back
got
in his
killed
heyday,
back then.
he
I
wrestled
almost got
in
killed trying to
400
get this
days
shit
in 1 year.
And this is my favorite. This is my favorite.
Hogan claimed that
What's
since
up?
he traveled so frequently
Nothing at all,
between
Quill.
the United
Not a
States
thing.
and Japan, the time difference made the
Something
400
wrong with
days
Groot?
a possibility. I
He's
never
just
saw it.
defoliating. Seasonal.
No, that's the one I always bring up. You never
I
saw
know
that
you're
one?
lying. You guys are planning
No,
something.
that's the greatest thing
What we
because
do ain't none of
obviously
your business.
there is
we
some
just
small
talk about
germ
it?
of truth in the concept of part
Talking
of
ain't worth
this.
scut if you don't put your
in
money
that
where your mouth is.
Because of the
Things are gonna
international
get better,
dateline
I
and the time of
promise.
the
We'll
trip when
fix
you
it.
fly
Just like you promised before
to
Sector.
Japan,
Leave us alone,
you
Quill.
arrive. I can't remember which way it is, but you either arrive a day
Assassin.
later or
I
a
believe
day
the events
early. You
unfolding
know what
aboard
I'm
the Rock
saying.
qualify as a
When you,
mutiny,
because
correct?
you fly across the
Look pretty
international
obvious.
date line, so you either
Even if the
arrive the
officers
day
who rebelled
later
were under the influence of a
than you
mysterious
should have.
force.
You've skipped a
Doesn't
day
really
or you've
change
made
that
up
they
a day.
rejected
But the
Nova
point
Corps and
is,
started killing
what
their
he's
shit
trying to
mates.
say is
I
that
find
he
it
was working
repulsive.
400 days in 1 year, not 400 times. But 400 days in 1 year because he would fly
those
back from
coordinates.
Japan across the
They're in
international
your
date
console.
line
Got it.
and wrestle twice on a Tuesday, ignoring the fact that if you were then to go the other way, you
I
would
am still
lose the
dwelling on
day
the
that you
events that
just
unfolded
picked
on
up,
the
so it's
Novikor
not
station.
mathematically possible
Don't feel bad
anyway.
about those officers. They attacked us first.
So yes, that's my favorite one.
Nevertheless,
He's Superman
must have had
flying
blood
around
for
the
me not to
world
take
at the
kindly to
equator to reverse the spin of the Earth and turn back time.
Not everyone.
Well, maybe he did that in this one too. In Hulk Hogan's autobiography, he made the claim that Elvis was a huge Hulk Hogan fan before Hogan joined the WWF. He did work in Memphis. However, Elvis died in 1977.
Yes. Elvis died before Terry Bollea ever got a wrestling lesson. So Elvis was not a fan of Hulk Hogan because there was no such person. And Elvis was a wrestling fan, and we've documented that. And he
Some magic
used
potion?
to love to sneak in the Ellis Auditorium and watch Cora Combs' matches because she was quite a looker back in the late 50s. But if Elvis was ever going to have a wrestling match, it would have been with Jerry Lawler for a shoot because they were in Memphis and everybody knew everybody, and that didn't happen either. So.
I mean, let me stop this list for a second. Do you think that's where it comes from? Like, he hears the genesis of a story, he
You
hears
should
something that
avoid
was
making
real.
the rodent
He's in
angry.
Memphis and he hears,
Why?
when he was
He's
alive,
cute when
Elvis
he's
used to always
angry.
watch wrestling. We knew that. And then he just puts himself in the story?
Yeah, he puts himself
Rocket?
in the story as he sees fit.
Hulk Hogan claims that both Metallica and the
Come
Rolling
on,
Stones
guys.
wanted him as their bass player. Metallica member Lars Ulrich apparently came to Hogan himself to ask him to play with the group.
Lars Ulrich's comments were, what?
I need to clear my mind.
Hulk
This
Hogan
book is not
claimed
helping.
he had been
If
offered
you need a
and
recommendation,
turned
I
down
just finished the World
the
Minds
so-called Legends
Postmortem
match
of
at WrestleMania
Ineffective
22.
Planetary Scale Battle Tactics
The
of
alleged
the Last
match?
War.
Hulk Hogan
What part of
versus
this
Greg
would help clear my
Valentine.
mind?
None.
They were never going to do that as a Legends match at a wrestling.
No. And what 22 was what? That 17 was in Houston 2001. 22 was
20 was
2000.
New York, 21 was LA. I forget what 22 would have been.
Gonna have to ask
What
Groot
about
about this mystery.
2006?
Yeah.
No, that wasn't going to happen. You think, was he just trying to be nice to Greg that day? Was Greg on site when he was doing that interview?
It is just so interesting how he
Groot
just
has a
seems to
rich,
say anything.
velvety voice.
He claimed he was blacklisted from Hollywood because he turned down a gay producer's advances in the 1980s.
What?
He came up with the idea for the NWO, but he wanted it to be him, the Booty Man, and the Nasty Boys.
Now that's what I believe.
I do believe that. He had Brian Blair on there.
I believe that one. That would have been just swell.
This is an interesting twist on a story you probably have heard. He claimed that Harley Race came into the arena with a gun in Kansas City in the 80s and set the ring on fire. And then when he ran into Hogan, he shook his hand, thanked him for all he had done for wrestling, and asked for a job.
What?
That is the most extraordinary fucking story. He set the ring on fire.
The ring on fire and then thanked Hogan and asked him for a job. With the company whose ring he had just burned.
There's the ring burning in the background while he's talking to Hogan.
Well, that didn't
If I
last
get
long.
another ring or maybe even just a garden hose, will they hire me? Oh, what the? Okay, let's dissect that for a second. Harley did go in. Harley was part owner of the Kansas City territory.
And St. Louis eventually.
And St. Louis and Kansas City at that point, the Central States territory. And the first time that Vince came in, Harley did go there, did he not? And Harley was not happy, was he not? And Harley, I'm sure, if he was on the premises, had a gun somewhere with him. Those things have been documented and are probably pretty true.
All the blue flag nards know how to do is arrest
Was
people
Hogan
trying
even
to make a
there?
living and slap
He
them with
may
smug
have been
fucking
because,
fines.
you know,
It
again,
was the first expansion, it was 86, okay.
Nope.
and it was St.
Probably
Louis,
that
which is a big
simple.
city.
And Quill still wants to pay up. After all we've done.
Obviously, Harley
Let's
didn't
talk
go
about
out
it.
in the arena
us
in
alone.
front of the people and set the ring on fire.
Groot,
Harley
reason
made
with him.
Oh my god, can you imagine a wrestler just, oh wait, that's Harley Race, what's he doing? Oh my god, he's setting the ring on
Rocket.
fire.
Clearly, he's
Stop
unhappy.
that. No chewing.
He must be looking for a job.
Yeah, he's obviously trying to get on here. That worked the last time when we were in Peoria, and Paul Christie set the ring on fire. And then we went to Indianapolis, and Bruiser set the ring on fire. It was
Nowhere,
Angelo
here
Popo
he
in
comes.
Peoria that set the ring on fire. But anyway, so Harley did go, and there was an altercation backstage, but Hulk Hogan is never mentioned as being a part of it. It wasn't Harley just letting people know what he thought of the whole thing and how they were running his town, and everybody was pretty much letting him say whatever the fuck he was going to say so he'd leave. So this way I kind of remember it.
Harley showed up to the party around Harley carrying around everywhere.
Yeah.
There was nothing about lighting the ring on
Nowhere.
fire.
Last
would go there
space
a
port
couple
on the
years
edge of the known universe and home to the best black market deals you can find.
And surprisingly good
This story will be out there.
Well,
Ever wondered
also,
what kind
Harley
of person
Race
found
would not
was
have
like,
asked
oh,
Hulk
look,
Hogan
the
for
severed
it.
head of a
Harley
giant
Race would
celestial
have gone to
being.
Vince
Let's drill
McMahon.
holes in and live
Since
inside.
Vince had tried to
They
fucking
wanted the
bribe
brain
him just a
tissue.
few years
Very
earlier
rare,
to fuck the
very
whole
valuable.
NWA before the
Market
first
was
Starrcade,
master.
they had that kind of
Along the
relationship.
lines.
But maybe that's when Harley told him, no, fuck off, I'm not going to do it. Vince tried to leg dive him in the restaurant,
Of
right?
course, he's chief of security.
That story's been
In the
known.
bathroom of the restaurant.
In the bathroom of the restaurant.
And
I
as such,
apologize.
probably
You
deals
can't
with
just
overall
leg dive
time.
somebody right out in the restaurant. You got to go in the bathroom first.
Trust me,
It is
he's
an
gonna want to
interesting
know about The Rock.
timeline. Vince offers
What are
Harley
they
a bunch
doing
of money
back
to jump as NWA champion
Shenanigans
right before
like that.
Starrcade. Harley says no. They get into the fight in the bathroom. Vince,
See you never,
from all
flock
accounts,
bags.
does not come out of it very well, which must have been hysterical when Linda had to go get him. And then months later, Harley shows up
rocketing
backstage
group.
at a show with a gun.
Did they really leave?
Unhappy, and everyone knows it's his
Looks like
territory.
Yeah,
And
you
then,
know
of
where
course,
they
a year and a
went.
half later,
You're the
he went
last
to
one
work.
who
That was the wrestling business.
Yeah, Rocket
And,
seemed
well, and
pissed
then
off.
they made him the king of the ring, King
Without
Harley
the
Race,
rodent,
and
your
then they booked
engineering
him in
attacks would be
Tennessee, and
futile.
Lawler sued. Because you can't be the king in Tennessee, because Lawler's got that wrapped up. And
So,
Lawler won the
Drax,
lawsuit because
where do
of
you
his
want to partake in
15
liberal
years of
libations?
previously using the king
I
in the
am
state
unsure.
of Tennessee, so
Perhaps
Harley
Mentlo's
Race could
Tavern.
not be billed
Really? Why
as the
not
king. But see,
Elsbar
Lawler
instead?
didn't show up with a
Because
gun
their ale
when
is
they came
weaker
in
than
his
Mentlo's.
territory. He showed up with a writ of habeas corpus, corpus delicti, and corpus Christi, and went the legal route.
Well, because WWE advertising on shows.
Yes, you were right.
Nothing
Turns
but
out we
King
couldn't
of
trust
Wrestling,
those
King of
guys.
Wrestling, and who
I
we
still have
are.
faith that the tree will
So
bring the
Lawler won
road
that.
into
Here, let's
reason.
get back to some Hogan stories. Here's a whopper.
I hope Nowhere's chief of
He sat
security
next
will
to Kerry
intervene
Von
to
Erich on a
assist
flight to
Novakov
Japan
on station
72
duties.
hours before Kerry killed
It
himself.
perturbs me still.
No, he didn't.
Nope.
No, he didn't. Because, oh God, you tell him.
Hypothetically,
in a number of ways.
if
First of all,
Rocket
Kerry
and
wasn't
Groot
leaving
don't
the
come
country
back, I wonder
at all
if we
based
should
on his current
rename
situation
the
at that
team.
point. Let alone he
At
hadn't
least
been to
you're
Japan
still
in a while.
I
Hogan
wouldn't
wasn't
want to
going
miss
to
a
Japan
meeting with
either.
Cosmo.
He was no longer in the WWF.
You wouldn't know Rocket's tracker removing guy by any
Hulk Hogan
chance.
also claimed he was the wrestler
Nope.
responsible for the
Sorry.
WWF first selling merchandise. He had to talk Vince into it.
I remember a certain Cosmo working at
that could
Ella's
be
bar.
true.
Did we not fulfill a bounty for
Oh
her
my
some
God,
time
that,
ago?
that the
Her name
first
was
issue of the WWF
Cosmopolitan.
magazine with Superstar
So she
Billy
is
Graham on the
not the
cover
chief
from
of security we are about
1978
to
that
meet.
I've got must be rare
No,
because it was
but
never circulated
Peter
then,
did mix
apparently.
them up.
Well, that's a
since he
long
stopped
time ago. How about all
signing
those
contracts
T-shirts they
halfway
were
through?
advertising in
An honest
1983?
mistake.
Yeah.
Do they look alike?
Let's see.
Hulk Hogan claims
She's
he
a
was banned
biped,
from dating
so no.
Letterman because he stopped Letterman from hitting on Linda Hogan. Hogan has appeared on Letterman many times. So that's not true.
Yeah, and Letterman has never appeared on Linda Hogan.
Hulk Hogan says he used to be 6'9", but now after back and knee surgeries, he's only 6'4".
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Hulk Hogan, I hate the laugh.
I get you know what? The problem was he had the disease that
You
affected
think Cosmo will actually leave us?
Like I
Cotton
said,
Hill.
we go way back.
When
Plus,
he
he's
was
probably
blown
already
up by a
heard about
landmine
what's
in World
happening.
War II, and if they
All
had
we
to
do
take
is
his shins
confirm the
off.
rumor. Maybe he'll even give us a
This
reward.
one I hate to laugh about, but it's, I think, been proven to be ridiculous. Hulk Hogan says he was going to commit suicide. Literally had the gun in his hand pointed at his
I
head
will rocket.
when he got a call from Layla Ali.
You were not.
That
He
he
was much
took as a
shorter
sign that he should
and
keep
covered
trying to
in fur.
live.
I mean, hypothetically.
Yes,
A lot
You
of
would
people
have lived a
call bullshit on
completely
that.
different life, and your
That has been
location would
debunked,
be
I think,
irrelevant.
including by
Thanks,
Layla Ali.
Drax.
I think
Welcome.
by Layla
You said, oh, that
Ali.
wrestler guy?
One day he's going to get confused and go, I was going to do it, and then I got a phone call from the George Foreman grill people, and I decided to talk to them.
But I missed the call and shot myself in the head. It was terrible.
Speaking of shot, Hulk Hogan claims that Vern Gagne
think
got
I
Nick
missed
Bond
nowhere
to
this
shoot on him
much.
during one of their
The
AWA
attachment we
title
feel to
matches,
certain
but Hogan
places
shot back and won the fight.
are sometimes unexplainable.
Here's one that's true, actually.
Wait a minute. Hold on now. Let's just not skip over that. Number one, Nick Bockwinkel wouldn't have shot on anybody. If you'd have told Nick Bockwinkel, who was not only a great professional and what a worker and an intelligent, marvelous human being, if you'd have told him that there was some drama going into the
How do we keep
goddamn
ending
match
up
and that
here
he
for
might
work?
have to protect himself,
Downtime.
then he
What
would
is it
probably
you are
say,
so
well,
eager to
Verna,
do?
Drink,
I guess you're going to have to
gamble,
find
throw
somebody
myself
to
into the
replace
fucking
me that can
Grand
handle
Theft
that then,
Auto.
because I'm not going to be
Fun.
doing it.
I find vanquishing my
Nick
foes
wouldn't
to
have
be
ever
the
tried to
joy
shoot
of
on
this
anybody.
That's
He
good
never
too,
got beat
but
up
it
by
isn't
Hulk
everything.
Hogan. And if wrestling was concerned, Nick probably could have tied Hogan up, but he would have been the person to go into the ring under those circumstances and do anything like that with anybody. It's completely ridiculous.
Well, this one actually may be true.
Have you had
He
dealings
said
with
he
this
wanted to drop the
Cosmo
title to
murderess?
Pipe, well, that part
We
wouldn't
circled
be,
back
but
to that name.
he said he wanted to drop the title to Piper
It's a
in
statement of fact.
1985,
You are by
but he
trade
didn't think
assassin.
Piper would be willing
And
to
you're
lose
a
it back to him.
convicted
That
serial
part's true.
killer. Your hands aren't exactly.
Yeah, he wasn't willing to drop it, but
I
he knew
washed
that if
them
he
before
did, the
leaving
Piper
the
would
ship.
That's exactly right. Just a couple more here. He wanted to turn heel on the Ultimate Warrior at WrestleMania 6, but Vince wouldn't go for it.
Oh, fuck.
No way. He was about to put out his movies. He didn't want to be a heel. Made no sense. Tatsumi Fujinami tried to
I
shoot on him
suspect
in
the rodent
Japan
of his tree companion
and
will be
steal the
drinking
WWF
somewhere.
title,
Where'd he get the units
but the
for it
Hulkster
anyway?
beat him.
I do not expect
Oh,
him to take his
seriously?
tag.
Fucking okay, I guarantee you, sometime when you're talking about shooting and shoots, as we've said, you know, there's always a wild card going on, but no, Tatsumi Fujinami, who probably, if Antonio Inoki had said
Not
to
answering
him,
my earlier question.
Fujinami-san, you
What
must
question?
shoot tonight for
You met
the
Nowhere's chief of security.
honor of New
Not
Japan,
personally,
he would have
no,
gone in there and
but I've
fucking
heard stories.
stuck Hulk
Pierre's
Hogan's
right.
toes
I
in his
think he's our
ears.
best bet.
and probably not taking too long to do it, but no, that never happened either.
Of course, there's right here the Arsenio Hall clip where he says, well, the beginning of it is, the things that I am not a steroid abuser, and I do not use steroids. And then he goes on to explain how he used it, I think, 3 times in his life under doctor's
I'm
supervision.
curious. Did you reconcile
Hey,
the betrayal with
this
your
sounds
father?
like a...
What?
There was a
You have
guy,
said in the
I
past
won't
that we
mention
must
his
live with
name,
our
poor
actions.
fella, but there was a guy
Father
that
was
worked
evil,
at
but
Ohio Valley
was your
Wrestling.
father.
He was here
You betrayed
when
him.
I got here. He was one of
wasn't
the
my
original
father.
guys
He
that
was my
Danny and
shepherd.
Trailer Park Trash and
And
those
he
guys that
betrayed
trained
me
and
first.
ripped.
I learned he planned to kill me and my
And he was a
sister.
nice enough guy, but
It is as simple
he had
as
a
that.
kind of a
No.
just an old-time
Nothing
goofy
ever is.
gimmick, and I changed it around, and I gave him a different gimmick and put him in with a heel group, and kind of fit for a while. His work wasn't the best, but it was a personality thing. But then his real job was he's driving a school bus. And I'm looking here at the 4 o'clock in the afternoon TV news one day,
War always moves
and I'll
forward
be a
to
son of a
frontiers.
bitch if they didn't have this guy on the news. They had arrested him for drunk driving of a school bus.
Oh my God!
Some wounds heal.
And apparently he took
many
the little
scars
kiddies
remain.
to school that morning, and then he didn't have anything to do till they got out of school, so he went to a bowling alley. And he had a number of drinks at that bowling alley, and then he fucking got back in the bus and went and picked up the kids and took them home. But he had a clear defense for this, and actually it's something you wouldn't even have needed a lawyer like Stephen P. New to get him out of this, because he clearly explained to the people how he was not under any circumstances drinking and driving. He said, I drank and then I drove. I wasn't drinking and driving.
All right, well, Jim, our next question was sent to cornydrivethrue@gmail.com from Nemo in Ocala, Florida. I was recently watching random wrestling videos and came across an interview by WrestleBotch with Virgil. Virgil claims Arn Anderson tried to stab Sid Vicious and he intervened, gave Brutus the scissors, giving him the barber gimmick.
Wait, hold on, back up now, wait. Now there's two things that are conflated there. He gave Brutus the scissors that Arn used to try to stab Sid, to give them the what? How? Where were all these people in the same place at the same time?
Obviously, none of this happened, but it is the most miraculous fantasy booking I've ever heard of.
So Virgil, who was not there at the time this incident took place, intervened between the Arn Anderson and Sid Vicious fight with the stabbing with the scissors, and then took the scissors and gave them to Brutus Beefcake, which inaugurated his barber gimmick.
Which began 5 years earlier. So I don't know what to think.
Boy, howdy.
Any run-ins with Virgil?
No, I've talked to him a number of times, and you know, I can't really tell whether he is really crazy or whether this is a gimmick of his. But that's a good thing in wrestling.
Did anyone ever say anything to you in WWE about whatever they thought his potential was? Because they gave him the big push. They had him eventually turn on DiBiase, turn babyface. They gave him Roddy Piper, won the $1 million title, and then it fizzled pretty quickly, and I could guess on certain reasons, but what did they think his future was? Do you know?
No, at the time that I was in the WWF at that point, nobody was willing to take credit for or espouse the theory that Virgil should have been used at a higher level. I don't remember anybody saying, boy, we really dropped the ball with that one. And you know what, I heard this, funny this question was asked, because it was either something I read on the internet recently or something on Twitter or whatever, but someone at least believes that Arn Anderson is the one that started the fight by stabbing Sid with scissors, and then Sid beat him up afterwards. That's the way that they related the story, which sort of like the gangsters using fried chicken and watermelon as foreign objects to win matches. I guess somebody's read that somewhere and actually thinks that's what happened, but has it been so long that people have forgotten about this, or they're not fully apprised of it, or they don't know what the fuck?
Probably. Why don't you tell the story? Because I know you know people that were there.
Well, it just, I mean, I'm not going to go through the thing chapter and verse, but the whole deal was that Arn and Sid, they were in England at the hotel bar, all the WCW guys, and I guess Sid was probably being like Sid and pissing and moaning about how he ought to be used better and he should be the champion and he can do this and do that. And Arn, probably several beers in, was being Arn, which is brutally honest, and told Sid what most everybody in the business thought of him at that time. And they started to get into it, and then Doug Dillinger told them both to go to their room, right? So they do. And in Arn, in his room, hears this pounding on the door, and opens the door, because he looked through the peephole, there's nobody there, opens the door, and sees nobody, but Sid had broken off a leg of one of the hotel room chairs, and came around where he was doing the fucking flat back private detective thing against the wall outside the door so you couldn't see through the peephole. And when Arn opened the door, he came around and whacked him with the fucking chair leg. Well, as many people who've been in hotel rooms knows, a lot of them are laid out where your mirror and your sink and your vanity area is right there inside the room. And as Arn goes down from getting hit with a chair leg and this fucking giant beast is on him, his hand goes to and he grabs his scissors, the small scissors that guys carry to cut athletic tape and whatever, and he starts stabbing the big fucker. And then the big fucker got the scissors and started stabbing him back. And then there was a giant, obviously, commotion and roar. And who was it? Was it Scorpio that was the one that really got there?
Yeah, I think it was Scorpio.
I think Too Cold Scorpio, and then some other people, and they both had to go to the hospital, but it was... I have to put the blame on the person who knocks on the other person's door and hides behind it with a chair leg, don't you?
At least it wasn't a squeegee.
Well, at least it wasn't a squeegee. But Mike Graham wasn't there to take it away, so that could have been deadly as well. And people now think, what the fuck? Sid Vicious got an argument in Atlanta.
91.
91 at the Howard Johnson's that we all used to stay at. Delane was the manager there. She gave great rates. What? She did.
The way you say it makes it sound so dirty.
Well, that's only in your mind, pal. And fortunately, I can't hear most of the things you're saying anyway. But anyway, Sid and Brian Pillman got in an argument, and fucking Sid was, basically run out of the bar verbally and goes outside and gets mad and stews about it and comes back in carrying a squeegee like you get at a gas station and squeegee your fucking windshield off with. Not even one of those big trucker squeegees with a 6-foot pole, but just a squeegee. Like he's going to fight Brian Pillman with a squeegee, and Pillman would have killed him. But he didn't get the chance because Mike Graham, who was an agent, producer at WCW at the time, Mike was what, 5'7"? At the time, he was probably about 200 pounds. He was thick when he worked because he was a power lifter. He took it away from Sid and kicked him out again. So, Sid was 0 for life against people a foot shorter and fucking 100 pounds lighter than him.
Well, it's just too bad Virgil wasn't there to help him out because, of course, his intervention led to so many positive things happening in wrestling history. And when it comes to someone intervening to cause good things to happen on behalf of their friends and their clients, we know a man who always helps the little man.
We know a man that always helps the little man, whether he's the little man inside your head or the little man in the boat. Regardless, this man will help your little man.
Chase them down and pay them to come back. You could apologize.
Call Stevens if you need to. An outlaw mud show or two. Still to the rest. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you want a big man on your side, when you go into the shark-infested waters of the American jurisprudence, then you need this man, the myth, the legend, Stephen P. New at newlawoffice.com, 888-692-8084 on your side. Because, honestly, folks, we've said this for so many years now. You know, if you get in a legal situation where you need to protect your rights, and you go in there against one of these big major corporations, and you are not represented well, and they got all the money and all the power and all the things stacked in their favor, you are going to be screwed, blued, and tattooed, dicked by the dangle dong of destiny, unless you are accompanied by Stephen P. New and his cohorts at the New Law Office. Did I mention newlawoffice.com? Whether it is they've poisoned your air or water, or they've run over you on the highway, or they have cheated you and fed you poisonous medicine, or they have given you defective merchandise, or whatever these no good, sorry, repugnant sacks of snake feces have done to you and you need to sue, the only one that's going to get even is Stephen P. New. The only one that's going to get you paid is Stephen P. New. The only ones that are going to be running, fleeing in the streets like their hair is on fire, everybody else except Stephen P. New and his clients. Have I stated that correctly, Brian?
I believe you have correctly.
And also, he does a fine podcast. I can't remember if we plugged it at the top of the program, so we'll do it again. houseofkfabe.com. You'll get to hear me taking the various piss out of his co-host, Brian Resner, as well as getting a chance to talk one-on-one with the consigliere of the Cult of Cornette himself, Stephen P. New. That's on this week's House of Kayfabe podcast. And if you need legal representation and a good old-fashioned wrestling fan in your corner at the same time, Stephen P. New is the man for you.
Article came out, a commentary by Eddie Kingston on the Players Tribune, and everyone's been talking about it. Did you have an opportunity to read it?
Yes, I did. And it was amazing. And I think this is kind of, I don't want to, because if I say what I wanted to, if I only say what I wanted to say, as Thunderbolt Patterson would say, then some people are going to just, their heads are going to explode and they're not going to listen to the rest of it. So with that as a warning, it's a little Austinish.
That is exactly, well, I'll let you finish, but I want to talk about that.
Okay, and since I couldn't hear half what you were saying anyway, but it's Austinish in the respect that it's a sudden groundswell of support and liking, fondness, admiration of, or identification with, or whatever positive social interaction you may want to, the phrase you may want to use, for a guy kind of organically, and several things happening right at the same time to make it even more pronounced. Now, for the people who are going to shit on that, when I know I'm not saying that it's Austin level in terms of the business response or what it's going to do for Eddie, because there were, 8 or 9 or 10 times as many people watching wrestling shows as there back then as there are now. So it was, obviously easier to multiply, the response and the tickets and the pay-per-views, whatever. But it's Austinish in terms of it wasn't really planned this way, and it just started happening naturally. And as I said, several things happened the right way. And this article, it's not an article. It's a first-person account. And I don't know whether Eddie Kingston actually sat and wrote this down word for word and they printed it, or whether Eddie Kingston talked to someone on their staff or a reporter, journalist, whatever the case, and he wrote it, transcribed it, possibly cleaned up some ums and ahs or whatever. I don't know the process, but you can hear Eddie Kingston saying this in his voice, whether you know him or not, actually, because it's kind of the same thing as his promos, is when he's just talking, but it's real. There wasn't anything made up about it. people don't think there's necessarily anything made up about him. He's just, like you said, you know, tons of guys like that all over the New York metropolitan area. Some schlub from Brooklyn or Queens or the Bronx or Long Island or wherever the fuck it may be that, you know, had to, you know, the Moose Cholak of Chicago, he drove a cab or a bus at one point.
Damn.
He was a bus driver. When he was getting out of wrestling, was still wrestling part-time, and then Bruiser used...
Ugh. I'ma leave my door open, girl. And I'm hoping that you feel the way I feel when you want me like I want you, baby. Tell me that you got me through. I'm waiting, girl, I'm here just waiting for you. Come on over, I'll adore you. leave the door open for.
Whatever. He's just this success story of all of a sudden, when he wasn't supposed to be and never thought he'd be, now he's on national TV and people are liking him. But it's real, and that's the same thing, the same reaction that people had to Austin. In a world of, oftentimes questionable fucking characters that you just can't believe, this guy, you think he's broken through and they've let him in by accident because he's kind of legitimate. So that's the way I took it. And I think if they continue to capitalize on this, they'd be smart and keep him away from doing anything fucking foolish or contrived. My God, in that company, that's Russian roulette. But allow the people to like him for what he's doing because he's being him. What do you think?
I think that I'm praying you'll hear some of what I say.
I heard all of that.
The Austin thing hit me a few weeks ago. And again, he's not Austin in terms of overall popularity, but in terms of reaction and why the people are reacting to him, at least in my eyes. The guys getting the best reactions on that show, Punk, Eddie Kingston, Danielson, are the guys that seem real. And no one seems more real than Kingston. And it hit me the other day watching him and Punk. We spent so much time calling Moxley Stone Cold cosplay because it seemed like a guy trying to perform a role, be something else. Stone Cold. With Eddie Kingston, he's not trying to be Stone Cold. He's being Eddie Kingston. But it comes across real and natural. And that article really cemented it. And I know, I have a friend of mine who actually, I don't know what exactly the job title is, but he's one of those guys sitting on those steel beams working on the World Trade Center and shit. So when I read that article, it really hit home, and I understand. I've been out drinking with my friend who does that. I understand what he went through when he would come home dealing with that. So I thought it was a great article. I think they have something really special with Eddie Kingston. I hope they don't mess it up. I know you haven't watched Dynamite yet. I fell asleep in the middle of Dynamite last night, so I have to go back and watch it. But there wasn't a lot of Eddie Kingston and CM Punk's on that show. It was the opposite this week. And I think it makes you realize just how good the good stuff has been lately, and you need more of it. And they've got something very special right now with Eddie Kingston.
Well, yeah, and his whole, life story of, even from when he was a kid and he found wrestling and it was something he could get into, and, the Tupelo concession stand brawl, the old Memphis. I wish he'd have watched more old Memphis than more modern Japan, to be honest with you. But you don't even have to have known an aspiring wrestler to have known somebody that wanted to do something so bad and, trying to couldn't get a break or whatever. And usually they don't get a break. But in this case, it's a feel-good thing because he's gotten a break. But when he, goes through his whole life story and how much trouble he's been in and how many mistakes he's made, but he owns up to all of it, and he, hey, I'm going to try to get better. I'm going to keep trying to get better. It's such a real babyface thing. You can't write that. And nobody else besides Eddie Kingston could have either written this article or done this promo. If it was not real, you couldn't have done this promo in this way and have, it's just, you can't write this. You have to be a guy like that. And then you take that real guy and you put him in some works, like him and Punk, to where he's with another guy that you can't really tell. He comes off as real because he mostly is, but he's in a situation where his real personality has to be interjected into worked conflict. And that's wrestling. And it helps that Kingston looks like shit. If he looked like Luger, they wouldn't have the same, none of this would have the same impact, because people would see a guy that looks great and go, well, fuck him. I don't care what other kind of problems he's had. He looks a lot better than me, so fuck him. Because he looks like a bum. It enhances it. And I'm proud of. I've only worked with and been around Kingston a couple of times, and real briefly in Ring of Honor. And it was because I don't know what was going on in his life or his career or whatever at that time. I don't know where he was working, but he was with, of all promotions, that Chikara, the group of guys in eastern Pennsylvania that looked like Jiffy Lube mechanics, white guys pretending to be luchadors in costumes with ridiculous names. And this is one time, I've mentioned this story before, is that Delirious wanted to use some of their talent on TV and do a little co-promotion because they had a following in Pennsylvania or in Baltimore. Okay, we tried that, and the costume luchadors did not. The less said about their TV match, the better. We had to edit a lot of it. But anyway, Kingston was there. And during that time, I saw a video of one of his promos. He was talking about somebody, and this guy is fucking great. What a promo. And he had built it up, and it was 2 or 3 minutes, but he had started building it, told a great story, and he came off real. And so with this guy, that he has a following, and Steen, we had 2 fat guys with loud mouths that could talk their asses off. I said, that's wrestling. Let's do something with them. So we did a little deal where Kingston came in. I think he was the Grand National Champion or Grand Ballroom Champion of Chikara or whatever, and Steen, was he the ROH champion at that point? You may remember this better than I do.
I actually don't remember if he was champion or not.
I can't remember, but anyway, and was it in New York we did an angle in New York and had the match somewhere else, or did an angle on TV and had the match in New York, whatever. Point is, I remember the promo that Kingston did was very good on Steen, but the only thing, and I think I may have told him this at the time, I told Delirious, he had wanted it so bad, and he had been so amped up for it, that he started at 100 and didn't have anywhere to go over the 3 minutes or whatever, 3 or 4 minutes. So it was like, it was steady, wow, instead of building it like he had the other one. But that's just because he was amped up, because it was a shot. And as I said, I don't really remember what we did in the match or where they had the match or whatever, because I was shortly to go out of my mind and tell everybody what I thought of him, and I was gone from Ring of Honor, so I don't know if he was used on any more shows or what happened. I know we couldn't give him a contract right at that point, because I think that's when Sinclair was monitoring whether we reimburse guys for Greyhound bus tickets or not. But that's the last that I had really seen of him until, you know, this whole little run started. Because when was he came out and did something? Who did he work with first? Was it Cody?
It was Cody. It was an open challenge, and he came out and challenged Cody. And he did a promo right away. That was his debut on national TV. Was that promo, and it blew everyone away.
Yeah, well, and because let's face it, and this is not a knock on Eddie either. This is just a description of many guys in the wrestling business. There's some guys in the business that they get over better if you see them work first and then talk. And there's some guys that get over better if you hear them talk first and then see them work. Because the great talkers that have a certain style or a certain look or maybe lack of look, they need to get you into them first. And then you want to see what they're doing. If it's just some guy you've never seen before, and he doesn't look very good, and you don't know what the deal is, meh. Having said that, there's also guys, and unfortunately, I think more people this generation fit into this, that you probably better see them work first, because when you hear him talk, it's like, oh, fuck. Is he being forced to say these things? Or is he been drugged? Is he in a coma? You know, so that... Anyway, I think that if they're smart, again, keep Kingston kind of real. Don't let him get around any stupid shenanigans or fake foolishness. And, I mean, whether you want to call it the Hacksaw Duggan spot in Mid-South Wrestling, or just the kick-ass babyface, that used to be the description for the babyface in a territory that wasn't, you know, a white meat, all-American boy, there's a spot for him there. He's not going all the way to the top, probably shouldn't, because then there's nowhere to go but down, but he's a main event babyface for however long they don't screw him up.
I remember when you had me coming to Ring of Honor shows, whatever it was, 2009, 2010. The two guys, funny enough, that I came away and told you that I was really impressed with, one of them was Austin Aries. Well, you gotta say it was impressive in the ring. He was a nutcase behind the scenes.
Yes, and you just mentioned Austin Aries' name that I almost caught.
That's right.
The frustrated turnip eater. Yes, he amazing talent in the ring when he wanted to be, and had guys that were motivated to work with him as well, and he just couldn't suffer his presence in any place else besides the ring.
And the other guy was Eddie Kingston, and I'd never seen his promo. I just knew two things. One, he carried himself like he was real, and people were reacting to him. And two, he threw the best punch there. He was maybe the only guy on the show that threw a good punch.
Yes. Because everybody else tries to do the forearms and the, you know, or the windmill punches or whatever these days. But that's the thing. With a guy like Kingston, he's not going to get over by doing Ricky Steamboat arm drags in quick succession. He's a guy that looks like he's going to draw, like Dick Murdoch, who I think my God, it's been so long. Did we compare Kingston?
Yes, that's on
part one, yeah. Murdoch, he looks like a guy who just draw back and punch you in the fucking face. And so you got to be able to do that believably, or elsewise you're not able to physically project the aura that your promos and your charisma would indicate you should. But that's just me.
Hey, this is Edge, the Rated R Superstar. You're watching the Inside Ropes YouTube channel. Like and subscribe. So weird. Royal Rumble, right? This Royal Rumble. Now everyone remembers that John Cena and Batista won their last, right? Everyone remembers that they went out at the same time. It's like, uh-oh. What you might not remember is I was the third last. So I get eliminated. I'm going to starting to get up and go down the ramp, and I got fully planned. This is going to be interesting. Here's what's crazy. They hit simultaneous. Like, you cannot I'm still walking to the back, and I just see that pompadour come power walking out. Like, Vince has a power walk anyway, but this thing was like next level power walk. This was like a Thanos power walk, like, wow, like eating worlds. I just went, oh no. Oh, good Lord. Now, Vince is not the most athletic man in the world. Like, he's kind of like a newborn colt on ice. You just tell. Like, he's strong. He can lift weights, but I wouldn't put him in a basketball game, you know? So, I get through the curtain, and all I see is go to dive in, go to stand up and shoot. Those guys are standing in the ring. Now he's sitting there. Nobody knew at that that time. I just remember like, oh man, I am getting out of Dodge. I am going back to that dressing room. And then we were told, don't go in the hallway. Don't go in the hallway. Don't go in the hallway. They kept the hallways clear so that Vince could somehow managed to walk because he refused to open with two torn fucking quads. So that he could get in his car, with the remote, and take him to a hospital and get his torn quads fixed. That was a surreal little moment. It's just the coolest moment of a guy who is gassed to the gills at walk. Slaves them to a rank, tears both his quads, and then receives extreme instruction as he says. And he also has a yacht called the Sexy Bitch. What else can you say about that? I mean, what else can you say about this? He can tear both quads, still somehow pull the show off, and he has a moment called Sexy Bitch. That was my boss. Yeah, I don't know if you applaud that, but, you know. Like, I can barely get to the bathroom. And he walks to his car with two kids. Tough room.
Have you been following the saga of MJF and his parents?
Well, I understand that he called his mother a disgusting slut. And he has disowned them. Is he gonna... I think he's gonna file papers with, possibly with Stephen P. New over becoming an emancipated major. See, he's over the age of 18. You can't become an emancipated minor if you're under 18, so I think MJF is gonna become an emancipated major.
Well, and there's some points here we have, but I wanted to bring this up to you because this is something that is not the characters. And I apologize for bringing your son into the world. So that led MJF to being interviewed and respond. So Jim, here is the quote. Apparently this was an interview from Life in Focus. MJF said, so here's the thing about my mom. She's a dumb, disgusting slut. And everything she says is pretty much complete horseshit. My father is an older woman. Piece of shit, and that's me putting it gently. I do not associate with them. They are very clearly money hungry and fame hungry, and it doesn't shock me at all that they are willing to take you, a very dumb, very ugly interviewer, and convince you to show them to the world. What are your thoughts on this, Jim? Is this too far? Is this just right? What is this? Wait a minute. Hold on. Hey!
Oh my God, and I've seen a picture of them at one of the shows also where they were holding up a sign that said, we're MJF's parents and we hate him too, or something like that.
No.
This is great. This is
outside?
a twist on Mama Cornette.
No.
In my case, Mama Cornette was a heel figure that was the manipulation of the strings, the puppet master behind the scenes, and you know, she and I got heat together, but in this case, he's brilliantly using his poor, I don't mean poor in terms of financially, but I mean poor beleaguered, put upon parents that obviously had to birth and bring this thing to maturity. He's using them to, they're just a typical couple that suddenly somehow had this spawn of Satan. Possibly, you know, she was impregnated by a jackal late at night instead of his father, and he's using them to get heat by, you know, making them this poor couple that doesn't even like him either. I love it. It's great. Oh my God. No, this isn't too far. As long it's not too far as long as it's not profanity that you can't say on television, and everybody involved is in on it. Not publicly, but privately behind the scenes. They're obviously, I'm thinking, pretty okay with these things. Either that or he's pretty convinced about his wrestling career and doesn't worry about the will. So if everybody's in on it, I think it's great. My God, Jackie Fargo and Al Green sold out the Mid-South Coliseum for the first time ever for wrestling, based on fucking Al Green calling Jackie Fargo's father a drunk. And they went from there. No, it's not too far. Jesus Christ, it's wrestling.
It's almost as if they're doing it right.
Here came Cody Rhodes, and the fans in Boston were booing the shit out of him. And he said, "I hear you. I hear you." And then he also said, "I hear old managers shouting at clouds." Brian, you've known me now for over 25 years. Have you ever heard me yell at a cloud?
I have not witnessed that in person, no.
No, because I'm not mad at the clouds. Because the clouds are where they're supposed to be, doing what they're supposed to do. So I'm not mad at them. I'm yelling at the wrestlers because the wrestlers in AEW are not where they're supposed to be, and they're not doing what they're supposed to do. So that's why I yell at them. I don't know whether Cody really took offense with the things that I said, or whether he got that line in to placate Brandy. I'm sure.
You know he workshopped that line. You just know he tried different variations of it. I'm not talking about those 80s managers with glasses and tennis. Nah, that won't work. You know he workshopped it and talked to Arn and talked to Tony and talked to everyone he could until he finally felt like he had something that worked.
I think Brandy said, "Hey, not Cornette," because he said mean things about me. But anyway, the point is, this promo, he spent the entire promo, he's not going to take the easy way out. What he was doing here was trying to somehow tell the fans that he knows they're booing him, and he's going to address the root reasons why, and he's trying to talk him out of it by kind of knocking himself and saying that his brother's more talented, he couldn't live up to his dad, and blah, blah, blah. I wrote, he's talking in circles. You wouldn't, unless you live your life studying every bit of backstage news about AEW and why the fans are booing Cody and what all is going on, you would have had no idea what he was talking about.
I said, do I work Sunday? Come here. Okay, so Tuesday, I'm sorry. Okay. I think it's Sunday. So let's check it out. See, here's the schedule. There, mate. How many employees are there? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Double what you had last year at this time. You said that when he first started there, Austin, the manager. Yeah. When he first started there, the most he ever had at GameStop at one time was 4 people. which works, you know.
Yeah.
The less people you got, the more hours
They get.
that each one can get. But they plan on getting
But
busy.
if, you know, one person misses and pops in and can't make it, bad. You don't have enough people to back it up, you know what I'm saying?
That's true. They're going to be real busy this year for Christmas and whatnot. But I'm just hoping that after Christmas and whatnot, that he'll keep me on. That's why I'm going out of my way to be nice and doing whatever they ask me to do.
Way to do it. A little more.
I said I'm hoping after the holidays, GameStop will keep me on. I said that's why I'm going out of my way to be nice and do whatever they ask me to do. That's the way to do it, ain't it? Ow. So I do tonight from 8 to 9. Off Monday. Yeah, I do work Tuesday. 2 to 6:30. Wednesday I work 4:30 to 9.
You got Monty washing the dishes.
I was just washing that because I had to clean out that pan and I didn't want to get paint all over it.
He's doing it. I had put that pan in there and put dishwasher liquid in it and water to let it soak because I was going to do it later.
I was doing that so I could clean out the outside. I didn't want to clean it out.
Then I work Wednesday 4:30 to 9, and then I work Thursday 2 to 6:30. I'm off Friday, and then I work Saturday 2:30 to 9. 2:30 to 9. That's
Next Saturday.
Saturday, 6.5 hours. Yeah.
Is that when's Thanksgiving?
Not next Thursday, not Thursday after. Yeah. So I got 19.5 hours this week. That's good. 19.5 hours plus four. Plus the 6 hours I had this week. So that means I'll have 25.5 hours on my paycheck from GameStop. 25.5 hours. 25 times 15. 382. And they tax me about 3%. I'm sorry, 8%.
Yeah, at least 5.
Times 0.8, that's $30.60 out of 38 or 382.50.
You'll have about 350.
382.50 minus 30.60. I'll have $351.90 on that check, plus the 583 I'll have after I get my check from Cornette and take taxes out of it. Woo, I'm gonna have a good week that week.
Oh yeah. We gotta buy us dinner.
I get $934.90 that week.
We gotta buy us dinner.
Shit. We'll be cooking with Crisco then.
Right.
Yeah. You know, I think my Jim Cornette tomorrow, but I don't think it will. It says it takes 3 to 5 business days the first time someone uses Zelle with you. And Friday, can't count Friday, so you gotta go farther than that, 3 to 5 business days. And then you can't count Friday because that's the day it was done. So the business days don't pick up till the next day, but Saturday and Sunday aren't business days. So that means business days won't really pick up until tomorrow. So we said 3 to 5 business days, so Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. That's the earliest I'll be able to have it. That's the earliest I'll be able to have it, but I should have it by Friday. And then when he pays me again through Zelle, after that first one goes through, all the rest of them are instant, like within 5 minutes. Then I'll have that. My first day with first day with Jim wasn't past Monday. The 8th, my first day with Jim was first. Yeah, it was first. And then Wednesday, Friday, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We're gonna be but Jim like doesn't just saying that shit. But Jim's not the type. Jim's not the type to blow smoke up your ass. Especially if you have no authority. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, you ain't nothing.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're nothing, but nothing to him.
I mean, he wouldn't even blow smoke up Vince McMahon's ass, and Vince McMahon could, fire him on the spot. But also at the same time, he wasn't an asshole to Vince McMahon either, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he didn't, he didn't try and kiss Vince McMahon's ass like most everybody else does.
Yeah.
But with me, I'm pretty sure with me, if he really didn't like me, he'd look at me and tell me.
Yeah. I won't talk to you anymore. Yeah. No offense to you, but
Exactly. He's like, like when I first met him, he told me this after I first met him. Not the first time after I talked to him on the phone, it was after I first met him. But I was worried, like I was telling you, that he's just saying that to be nice,
Yeah.
And because when I first met him, him and Brian went out for lunch at Grove. I was there talking to him for about 2.5 hours. And no, we were cracking jokes and everything, getting to know each other, talking about the stuff we liked and stuff we didn't like. Well, when I left, I was on my way back here from Louisville, he called Ryan's been talking, and he goes, me and Ryan's been talking, you know, and we like him. We like, you know, the way you talk, the way you know, the way you, carry yourself. He said you seem to be very, very knowledgeable about wrestling and whatnot. He goes, Ryan wasn't too hot on your thick southern accent. I said, well, no,
You don't have one. Not compared to me. I got a bad.
oh God, no, you should. You should hear, we can't hear accents because we're used to it.
Yeah, no, I can't hear it in my head.
But when I was in Vegas, every time I first met somebody, first thing they said was, where are you from in the South? I can tell you're from the South. Where are you from? Texas? Alabama? Mississippi? Georgia? Tennessee? North Carolina? Florida? Indiana? Kentucky? They'd always, they just, you know, every time I met somebody different, they would, every time I met somebody different, they would, you know, ask another state. Very few people ask about Kentucky first. Most people ask Texas. Locally, yeah. Hell no. Hell no. And they don't know half of our, you know, like our little colloquial sayings or whatnot.
I heard you talking around about bluegrass.
Yeah.
He's like, you don't get out of New York much, huh?
No. That's because we were talking about music. You said that he was eclectic, and he liked everything. I said, well, if you're eclectic, then you should listen. Yeah, but I'm eclectic too. I said, I can listen to bluegrass.
Yeah, I heard you talking.
And then Brian was like, bluegrass? I said, yeah. He goes, I thought that was a type of grass that grew in Kentucky. He said, I didn't think that was a genre of music. I said, no, it is not bluegrass. Bluegrass. What is it? And I was like, well, first thing I said was it's like really country music.
Yeah, I heard you talking. You like it. Like, what the blues is on me.
Yeah. I was thinking about it. Before the blues was R&B. You know, it came first, and then country came and kind of took it in a different direction.
Yeah, you can think
Yeah.
yeah, like rock and roll into heavy metal.
Yeah.
You feel like hip hop is rap or maybe rap.
Yeah. So I was like, he said, I ain't never heard of bluegrass songs or music or anything. I said, and you're part of Brother Art House with George Clooney? He said, yeah, that's a really good movie. I said, well, you heard bluegrass? He goes, really? I said, yeah. I said, that's literally all they play from that movie.
Yeah.
I thought that was country music. I said, no, that's bluegrass.
That's bluegrass hip hop.
Yeah.
Or bass go to.
Uh-huh.
Not like a big man with name. Because it never stays like this. They look at you.
Yep.
Yeah.
out laughing when he said it. Oh, right, I couldn't hear you say it. But you're not the first person that's asked me about it. When I was out in Vegas, that person was asking about it. But he said, there's this long noted. Ryan goes, so where in Kentucky does the bluegrass actually grow? He started, me and Jim started dying laughing.
Where's Jim from?
Jim's from Louisville.
Okay. All from it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Originally, yeah.
I knew he's from like a southern town.
He's born and raised in Louisville.
I knew he was from Louisville.
Jim busted out laughing, and he said, "It was Ryan the one that explained it to him." I said, "Sure." I said, "Ryan, you don't actually think that there's grass that grows in Kentucky that's blue, do you?" He said, "Well, I mean, it's called the Bluegrass State."
I think about that.
That's what Ryan is. It's called the Bluegrass State. Grass, the soil and grass and stuff in Kentucky is so fertile that when grass grows here in Kentucky and it's really, really green, and when it blows in the wind, when it's high enough, it gives off a blue tint. That's why they call it the Bluegrass State.
Our grass is having white. White roses.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's normal grass, but it grows here, so, you know, the soil and stuff is so fertile that it grows and it's like super green.
By the way, I'm at the end of the accent.
Yeah. It's super green. So when the wind blows it, it looks like it's blue.
Yeah, I mean, it's dark.
Yeah. Way weird.
A little bit northern Kentucky.
He's like, huh, I didn't know that. I said, well, you know, just read your history. I said, you know, like back in when people first came over to America, and the first 13 colonies were created. I said, you know, a bunch of those colonies relied on farming, growing crops and stuff to survive. I said, and a lot of times when, you know, they have particularly harsh winters or they wouldn't get enough rain in the summer, their crops would grow. And that never happened here in Kentucky. Crops always grew. We were always fertile here because, yeah, because of where we're at. We're right at the foot of the Appalachian Mountains, and every storm, every like weather system that forms in the United States and comes across, it always hit some part of Kentucky. So you got a low pressure system that develops in the Gulf of Mexico and it comes up. Always going to hit a part of Kentucky.
Okay, so you got the Atlantic Ocean. Anyway, you got the wind, and it's super long culture there.
Yeah.
Downwards and within back and
Yeah.
so you got hot air coming up and you have this back to sea, but you have a mountain range. And it all comes up to
Yep.
right in front of you.
Yep. Because I told him, he said all those weather systems just come across Kentucky, but they're coming from Canada or the Gulf of Mexico. We get hit with part of it.
Yeah, we'll get hit with the grittiness of it.
Yeah. Well,
Every time.
we're always going to get something from it. I said so.
Every time. Because that hot air is trying to go up to the colony.
Yeah.
And we're right in the middle of it.
I said, you know, Kentucky has rarely, compared to all the other states, we've rarely had like real bad drought and stuff like that where nothing could grow.
Well, I mean, like I said, there's been problems in the mountains. So we always have water.
Yep.
Flowing in somewhere. That's why they call it the Ohio Valley. You always hear them say it's called Ohio Valley anywhere else.
Oh yeah, but it was a good conversation.
Yeah, I remember talking.
But anyway, Jim, when I first met Jim, he said that Brian was worried about my southern accent. Jim said, I'm glad you got an accent like that. And he said, and don't try to change it. He said, because I want you to be on there when you start actually, instead of cutting my clips out right now like they're doing when they're actually letting me on the show.
It's like it will, some people it will recognize you, some people.
Yeah.
And other people, it still wouldn't forget questions. It would just make you more real.
That's what he said. He said, you know, the Southern wrestling fans will love it. He said, but what I really want is for people that aren't from the South that have bad thoughts about people in the South.
Like the big dumbasses.
Yeah, that were unintelligent, that were pigs, that were hillbillies and yeah, and racist and stuff. But I want you to sound intelligent just to, you know, do away with that. Plus, I'm when it comes to politics, I'm independent, but I lean to the left, not necessarily all the way on the left, but I lean that way. So he said, plus, Jim hates Donald Trump. Hates him. Yeah, he hates the Republicans. So he said, it's going to be nice for all those people who think that all the people in the South are racist and want to vote for Trump, that when we talk about stuff like that, that you'll actually have a voice to be liberal. And know there's somebody from the South actually doing that. It'll wake a lot of people up.
Well, I guess you'll cut into my NASCAR or what?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna have gimmicks like that.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's gonna be my gimmick.
there's where I love you. Very little kids in the trailer. I got the broken down truck out of here up here. I guess I got one also.
Yeah, you know, pickup truck.
Broke down my yard. Bluegrass drummer.
Yeah, Brian asked me about that. Well, at the lunch that day, he asked me and Jim about that because Brian's from New York, and he flew down to Louisville. He was flying down anyway. Me and Jim were going to some sort of fan convention. We were at lunch. So every time I flew down here to Louisville, I drive through the town. When I get outside, you know, when I get past the city part, you know, then I see, you know, Brian was silent for a minute, and Jim goes, "Are you there?" Brian goes, he's laughing. He goes, "Did you say that because he had wild hair in his head, he did that?" Jim goes, "Yeah." Brian goes, "What does that even mean?" What are you thinking? And Jim was like, "What? You don't know what that means?" He goes, "No, I've never." I said, "I've never heard that before." He goes, "Oh my God." What the hell? You need to get out of New York a little bit more often. He said, "You got wild hair." What he said, started talking about his mom. He said, "Mama Cornette used to tell me all the time when I would just get up and spontaneously do something that I got wild hair up my ass and did it." He said, "That's what it is. You just get a crazy idea, something you've never done before, and you just spontaneously do it. You get the courage to do it." Yeah. He said, "You got wild hair up your ass." Then they had all kinds of discussions like that. Like last winter, we had that big cold snap in the team. They started the show one day, and Brian goes, "Jim, how are you?" Jim said, "I'm not good at all, Brian." He said, "Why not?" He goes, "Well, damn, we got central heat there in our house, me and Stacy, that's his wife, me and Stacy, and the damn heat went out." He goes, "I told Stacy I thought we didn't need central, all we needed was a damn furnace and a couple of space heaters, but because she had to have fucking central, the heat went out." He goes, "This damn," he said, "it's colder than a witch kid wearing a brass bra in my house." Brian started laughing. He goes, "What the hell is that?" He goes, "That's cold." He said, "That's cold." He goes, "How is that cold?" Imagine being a witch kid and driving through. Yeah, they're cold. He said, "Imagine being a witch with wearing a brass bra on a broom, flying high in the sky in the middle of winter." By God, it's colder than a witch kid wearing a brass bra. Yeah, shivering up the spine. And then he said, then they, huh? Then they were talking some more, and then Jim said, "I tell you, it's colder in my house right now than a well digger's ass." Brian started laughing again. He goes, "A well digger's ass?" He goes, "Well, back in the day when wells were dug, they had to do it even when it was raining, so the ground would be soft enough. They had to do it at night because when they first started work, they couldn't do it during the day. You heat stroke. So well diggers dug at night when it's cold. Ain't been nowhere. I've not been to New York too in the cold world. That's what I said. Yeah, you've been. You just don't know. It's hilarious though. I told Brian, I said, I told him the other night actually, Friday night, after I made that list, and then I talked to him on the phone again. So Brian and Jim, I said, "Well, you got to let me do this next week. Look at the best wrestlers for the week, and then, another all-around list for five best wrestling promos I've ever heard, or five craziest matches, or whatever, worst matches, five best ladder matches, or five best WrestleManias, stuff like that.
Like the worst, the worst introduction, or intro.
Yeah. Said, so Brian, I'm going to do list of the best country sayings and expressions that you don't know anything
besides combat sports. But he said it's the only sport where when they're playing, all the athletes are all doing something. He said the only sport. You know, you got baseball.
Half time is the best thing.
You got, yeah, if you're an outfielder at baseball, and you got a halfway decent pitcher that's over striking people out, then you ought to be killing them. You're just sitting there looking. So when I hear about top athletes, I go, I want to see them. See what they do.
Yeah.
Research like we done. Research like a month to find basketball DVDs. Yeah. He's got the collection, WrestleMania is 1 through 20. It shows, you know, the whole show. And it also shows the other good stuff. Walked out. Then I heard the music started. Oh, it still gives me chills to this day.
The bell tone?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
They came up with some good music, man.
Yeah, it is. Oh,
Oh, yeah. Who told you you could come in, Cooper? You better get back over here or you're not getting a treat. Huh? Whoa. Come on now, don't stop now. Oh my God. Ah. time we'll get to see the kids.
Huh?
When we come, we'll get to see the kids.
Oh, well, my house there last night.
Oh, really? You spend the night? That's waking up.
Well, over there. I don't know where they.
Roll up.
I don't know what to do.
Well, like I say, play it, well, I mean, I would let it play it, but I wouldn't. But I'm sure they like the Marvel movies and stuff, don't they?
Yeah.
They could have watched Shang-Chi with me. Or whatever other Marvel movie they want to watch. Well, they could have watched the whole series with me.
I know.
Fine, right? Oh, I love that cat movie.
Yeah.
You ever watch the one Wild and Out?
Cat movie? Yeah.
Yeah, I love that Wild and Out, man. Huh? I like the old one though. They tried to bring it back. It was good, but it wasn't as good because they didn't have cat, you know. Wild South. He said, talking to Mike today. Okay, Mike. He said something. He was like blah blah blah. He was like blah 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 something. Blah 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 something. He was like, quit running your little boy. I'm okay. He said, he's like, blah, 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 blah. Quit running your lips. He said, quit running your lips, son, 'cause I'm old. So the usual white kid, and I'm old next to him.
Right.
And then he talked about Mike again, and Mike leadership. Something about, I can't remember what it said, but he hit the first verse was dead, and on the punchline he said, but I'm not Michael Jackson, I don't fucking fight you. But I don't have a second controller or anything, so
It's been a while.
huh? What you say?
She's going over down that cold place. She got her hair on.
No. Well, tell her to ask her when she's gonna be back down there. Is she gonna be after? Is Kai gonna be there tomorrow? No, but I'm telling her going down. I'm telling her going down to Grammys tomorrow. Oh. Tell her if he's gonna get her tomorrow, I'll bring it down tomorrow morning. Bring the PlayStation down. Play it, and then play it for 2 hours. gonna be staying the night. Ask if he's gonna be staying the night, so I'll bring it down tomorrow morning. While I go run errands and stuff, you know. Yeah, well, just ask him if, like I said, if he's gonna be there tomorrow, he's gonna be staying the night, you know. And I'll bring it down tomorrow morning. I already told Jeff I was coming down yesterday. We went out there, I talked to him, and I went down Monday, it was raining. I'll bring the PlayStation. Or Jeff told me to bring the game. I'll bring the PlayStation. Got shoes on that song, huh? I'm gonna leave that door.